You are beautiful soul. Just take one step at a time. In everything, God is in control. Just take one step at a time. You don't have to sell your soul for material gain. The purity of sometimes God made it that way. The spiritual test for you. You see if you will blade. Just have some patience along the way. Keep it going to the top spiritually, you'll be growing up. By God, you were chosen to walk along that road. Keep it rising to the top, you are climbing up. Success comes with timing and realizing that you are a beautiful soul. Just take one step at a time. In everything, God is in control. Just take one step at a time. This is the Father's will. Let me see you. This creates bad business and destroy relationships. Have patience and discipline with a whole bunch of loving. This is the Father's will. Let me see when you rush in. This creates bad business and destroy relationships. Have patience and discipline with a whole bunch of peace in a head. You are a beautiful soul. Just take one step at a time. Hey. In everything, God is in control. God is in control. Just take one step at a time. Sing away. Sing one, sing one, sing one, sing one. Rastafari, one love, glowing word, majesty. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You already know I am your host, Silicon Nodes. Let me make the room a little bit more stable when it comes to the audio. 1 second. That is better. So I don't have to be shouting, I don't have to be screaming. So good afternoon to all my listening audience, my viewers, and Facebook. Good afternoon to you guys. Please be sure to share the live. Today we're going to be having some conversations in regards to some things that have been circulating the media in regards to our high schoolers. There was an incident on a school bus today, and earlier I did a live because when I saw it, it just bothered me to the point that I had to address it right then and there. But I said I wanted to have an exclusive talk about it as I come on the radio this afternoon. So first of all, you already know, let's go through making sure that I want to make sure that I big up my sponsors and give them their um, make sure I shout them out and everything. As we begin, I'll be doing it once again throughout the show. But I like to start off with giving thanks to those who support me, and one of my biggest supporters, is Serenity's Nest. They have been with me from the jump. I've always made sure to support what I'm doing, whether it's just giving me advice, financially supporting, or just being there for me. From before I was even a radio host, the owners of Serenity's Nest has been a part of my life for quite some time. And if you ain't been down to Serenity's Nest recently, oh Lord, you need to go and give them a look because they have been doing some amazing renovations. And they now have a kitchen. I'm not sure, I don't think it's open as yet. They also have a patio where you will be able to sit and eat, relax, all these different things. For those of you who have been there before, it's a new addition. For those of you who are gonna be there for the first time, you're gonna just see the elevated essence of Serenity's Nest. Every Friday and every Sunday, they have amazing events. Every Friday from 6 p.m. until, and every Sunday from 4:20 p.m. until, and just want to make sure that you guys know that's over in Morning Star, 220 Morning Star. For those of you who don't know that direction, it's up the road. Like if you go in South River, you would end up seeing it. It's an amazing vibes. Serenity's Nest, where its energy is nurtured. They always have a fully stocked live bar with amazing bartenders that have great customer services, attitude, and you name it. Food and drinks on sale, natural drinks as well. Great food by great vendors. They also at times have vendors there who do pop-up shops, so you would end up going to listen to some music and you might end up seeing some gifts for somebody you might like or for yourself. Good afternoon, Ayo. Everybody good. They're at school right now. I'll be seeing them a little while later. But oh, and that's the next thing. I know you guys didn't see me um last week, but I was dealing with getting everybody ready and prepared for school. And for those of you who know me, I have 4 children, so that's no easy task. And I prioritize my children before anything that I do. I make sure that they're well set and um, groomed, and if it means taking a day off of the radio, taking a day off of my business, guess what? I'm going to do it. You know, the first day of school was amazing. I'm surprised I didn't cry as much as I thought I was going to cry because guys, I have a fourth grader, I have a fifth grader, I have a sixth grader, and I also have a ninth grader. I had to say that one in my accent because it is unbelievable, but unbelievable in a very positive way. It takes me back to where I've been and it allows me to see where I am. And I'm grateful for all the opportunities that has came my way and also that has came towards my children. The blessings that has just overwhelmed them. They have been through a lot in life, after losing their father and stuff like that to gun violence here in the territory and other family members. Right now is a rough time for me and my family, due to the unfortunate passing of my mom. And I've been trying to cope with it. I've been trying to come to terms with it, even though it's something hard to do, based on the fact that, you know, even though I had a complicated relationship with my mother, I really love my mom and we was really close. We confided in each other, and days where I would be in certain situations, my first instinct would would have been to pick up my phone, and it still is, to pick up my phone and call my mom. And now when I get into those moments, whether it's I'm excited about something, I'm frustrated about something, I go to pick my phone up because what mommy gonna do? But then not having her here, it's something that really and truly bothered me, and I wanted to make sure. Guys, give me 1 second. I think my son just reached home. He'll come knocking on the door. Yeah, so my son just came home. He already complaining. So I parked too close to the gate. But he'll be just fine. But yeah, so even the first day of school, I wanted to be able to reach out to her, to show her, how the children was dressed, show her the school that they'll be attending, all these different things, and not having that ability to do it bothers me. You know, Recently I've been going through some unfortunate back and forths with family members, but I stopped and I said to myself that, first of all, in this time, there's a lot of emotions that is circulating amongst everyone, um, especially my siblings, and when it comes to my siblings, regardless of what we go through, regardless of us fighting and arguing, we always hold one head. We always love each other. I would wish there was more respect, honestly, but nobody can ever hurt my siblings, hurt my sisters, or anything in front of me. I think it's gonna be okay. Even if just 2 seconds ago we was arguing, you know. Um, but I wanna be able to strengthen that more, because I wanna be an image to my children so that they could be able to, in all times, not just in hard times, be able to count on each other. So that's just a little backtrack on why I was in here, what I'm dealing with, and now we can kind of get into what is going on in the Virgin Islands. You know, like I said, I want to big up Serenity's Nest. I think there's an event today. I'm gonna go on and see so I can tell you exactly what it is or what time it is, so that you guys could go out and enjoy yourself. If I'm in the mood for it, I might end up going out, but I'm not too sure. These days I've been very drained. Okay, so tonight, Friday, August 14th. Oh, by the way, today is my best friend's birthday, and I want to make sure to say happy birthday. This is one of my closest friends from the time that I was a child. She was my neighbor, and she's doing amazing. I love to see her succeed. I love to see all that she's doing. She is so beautiful. She's just glowing and growing, and you know progression in her life is just flowing on a different level. And I'm totally proud of her and everything that she's doing. She's an amazing mother. She's an amazing friend. She's more of a sister to me. um I could have counted on her from the time that I was young, in times where I had very very hard time growing up. You know, she was always there for me. And right now, she's still here for me. I felt like it was my birthday last night, yesterday. I was preparing for it, like as if I was the one that kind of celebrated. But guess what? You know, if you ain't as happy for your people as I am for her, you ain't really love them, man. You know, so I'm gonna be her biggest fan every single day. Sometimes she ain't even expecting it. But yeah, so I want to wish my best friend Crystal Claxton a happy, happy, happy birthday. I love you. I appreciate you and all that you're doing. You know, big up yourself, big up your business. She does amazing credit repair along with so many other things under her belt. So I just wanted to put that out there. Serenity's Nest. Come out on Friday evening tonight. Serenity's Nest, where your energy is nurtured. Serenity's Nest presents The Study, an intimate space for creative release. Friday, August 14th. Come out and create live figure sketching. Oh, they're gonna do be no experience needed. So I guess they're gonna be doing paintings or drawings or what have you. And I guess you could go out there. I always have arts and craft nights. Some nights they have arts and craft. I always tell the guys and the ladies, these are amazing date night adventures to go out and, you know, be able to enjoy yourself in an open environment where you don't have to be afraid of any conflict, any um, extra issues, or what have you. So that is at Serenity's Nest tonight from 6 p.m. to until, unless it's until 11 p.m. Sometimes it's until, sometimes until 11. Also, I want to big up DTF Print Studio. So, you know, they are a print shop over in Princess. And that is one of my sponsors as well. Um, King David, he does amazing jobs. Matter of fact, last the week before, I had a few winners of some t-shirts. So let me show you guys some of what I got. I should attack and Tron. One of my shot them today just to show off. You know, this is my book bag, by the way. This is my logo. Dreamcatchers VI, your host Tiniqua Knowles. You know, let's see. So the dark purple is still out for grabs. This is the back, and then this is the front. Like I told you guys, I love how the front has it on the side. This design with it on the side is one of my favorites. And then for my male fans, you know, I got my black tees. In the back, it has one in the back as well. I got a white tee. The white is always just, you know, this one is simple. It's just the one in the little corner. This one was won by one of my very own listening audience and viewers from the United States. So I'm waiting for her friend to come and pick it up so that it could be able to be shipped out. Um, there's also a pink. Oh, the pink one looking nice. I like this pink one. This one is centered, it's not to the side, but I love it. And it has in the back. So yeah, so DTF Print Studio does amazing work. I love what they do. When it comes to my logo, I created my logo. Well, I gave the inspiration for what I wanted, and then he put everything else together. Um, I have my mug. Ooh, I brought my mug inside. So I also have my mug, my dream catcher's mug, where I get to drink my tea and my coffee, especially if I don't want to wake up. Sometimes when I take my medication, it'll have me out of it. Um, I also have some stickers. I gave my son a sticker because he wanted one for his phone. And as the time goes by, I don't rush it. I just love having the support. The support is what I really and truly look for, you know, and being able to just advertise for them and also push their narratives and everything is something that I love to do. And if I could do it for free, I would. But I like being able to have that ability to have my sponsors. And last but not least, we got Memorable Designs, which was established in 2023, personalizing items such as clocks, key rings, dominoes, plaques, and a lot of different type of tumblers. She does amazing works. You could find her, follow her on Memorable Designs on Facebook or Instagram. Also, you could email her at memorabledesignstx@hotmail.com. Let me show you a little few things that, this one is a clip of just a few of what she has done, you know, some of her work. And if you're on my Facebook page, you will be able to see I post them as well. You know, the dominoes is awesome. Just having something that has the VI incorporated in it. And also, when it comes to your tumblers, prices may vary. She has 40 ounces, 20 ounces for you to go to work, for the children to go to school. Well, some schools, they don't allow them to have these metal tumblers, but um, it's very handy, especially on these hot days. Trust me, I wasn't even expecting it. I had some juice with some ice in one of my tumblers, and I forgot it there overnight. And when I came back the next morning, I picked it up, opened it up. My ice is still in there. My juice is still cold. And I'm like, bruh, this is what I need. So get in touch with them, and if you need more information on her, you could inbox me, contact me. You guys know you could always find me, Tiniqua Knowles, on Facebook. I have two pages. Follow the both of them, because I'd be back and forth on each one. Also, if you have me on TikTok, you can find me on TikTok as well. But let's dive into the events of today. So there's a video circulating. I'm not gonna play it since we're on the air, but it showed three young men jumping another young man while someone recorded. And in this video, they were beating him up and everything. And the thing that bothered me was the chant that I kept hearing. And I say it as a chant because it seemed as if it was just repeated in this child's head, and it came out that way as well. He kept mentioning, I want a chain, I want a chain, I want a chain, I want a chain. And that kind of bothered me in a sense, because it's like, what what type of mindset do our children have? And first off, I want to start out by telling everybody in the Virgin Islands, oh, well, this may be a disturbing incident, and it may flare up all type of emotions within individuals. You might have your opinions. My thing is this, it's important not to label our youths, because when you set labels, you basically put them in a category, and you don't see them as nothing else. For me, I'm an advocate for the youths of the Virgin Islands, amongst many other things. But when it comes to the youths, I know how I feel. Whether or not they're out there fighting or what have you, I don't find them to be unruly or nothing. They're youths, unstable youths who need foundation. And this is why it's important for the Board of Education and even CTEC to make it a mandatory thing, especially within our high schools and our junior highs, that there's a class put in place to teach them how to act and how to react. I continuously mention this to you guys before we have issues, when we have issues. If our children are only exposed to violence, you cannot expect anything else but violence. And that's just the fact of the matter. I'm a mother, and I understand the mental state of youths and children. And it's not fair to take and put all the blame onto our children. Right now, I need for everybody to be able to take a moment to understand the gravity of what is taking place. You know, I really want for us to understand that we cannot blame minors or children for what they have been subjected to. Here in the Virgin Islands, all we have is a ton of violence, death, murder, violence, robberies, spring of all these things. And the reflection of that is coming through our children. And if we just start to label them and disregard that they are still moldable, we're going to lose them. Everybody has their opinions, and you all have the right to that. But my opinion is this: instead of um suspending them and putting them out on the streets to become more idle, you know I would say suspend them in school, in school suspension. Also, instead of kicking them out of school, if you got to change them to alternative education or whatever the case may be, I recommend that rather than just simply cutting them off or taking them out of school, because all you're going to do is feed in to the negative image that is already there. We have to make sure that when something is not upheld at home, that the schools make it their responsibility to uphold it. Throughout evolution, right, we realized as people that it was necessary for us to learn to read, write, count, and learn about our history and all these different things in order to survive in society. So here in the Virgin Islands, I think it needs to be realized that in order for our youths to survive, especially our young men, there needs to be a course implemented, a mandatory class implemented, which teaches them anger management, behavioral discipline, and conflict resolution, also proper sportsmanship, that offers these things to mold them, because it's apparent that they don't have that structure. So instead of throwing the bad bunches to the side, How about we try to save them rather than allowing them to become incarcerated and then say, well, at least they're getting rehabilitated. Instead of rehabilitating them in jail, why not try to address it before it gets to that point? And I feel as if it needs to be throughout the entire educational system, not just high school. You know, it should be something that they learn from kindergarten go up, from as simple as learning to share, as simple as keeping your hands to yourself, how to talk it out, you know, rather than quick to just jump into violence. Now, when it comes to the discipline of these youths, I honestly feel like they should be made an example of, but how you make that example is very, very important. Me as a parent, seeing my child in that type of action, you know, in such senseless violence, you know, it's not a form of defense, it's a form of aggression attack, you know, wanting something that somebody else's has. Being that it's Friday, regardless if it was Friday or not, I would have taken my child either down to the police station, first of all, to have an officer speak to them and educate them on the consequences of their actions in other situations. We as adults know you can't just go and beat up somebody, because if they file a report or a report is filed, you're going to jail for assault, first degree, second degree, third degree assault. Secondly, you know, I would have taken them to the YRC, Youth Rehabilitation Program, and make them stay over the weekend. And not only just this weekend, but I felt like as if I would have ended up making them for at least a month straight. Every single weekend, they would have go there. And then they would have get picked up so that they could go straight to school. And then the school, I feel, should suspend them from the bus so that they could understand that that bus is a privilege and that privilege was lost. And then it puts a strain on the parents. And that strain is going to cause the parents to then reflect on what caused this strain in the first place. So they wouldn't have no choice but to address it. And that's important because a lot of times, and when I was on live earlier, you know, a lot of my viewers mentioned this, and it's true. A lot of parents these days are afraid to hold their children accountable or address the situations, because then it implicates that they have done something wrong when it comes to their parenting. Well, I'm going to tell you this, and this is just the simple truth. If you care and love your children, you would hold yourself accountable first. About when I said hold yourself accountable, it would be your environment. Some of us, we don't have control of where we live, but we have control of who we live with, who we um who we are around, our company that we keep, you know, and sometimes we condone certain things and think that it's okay because it doesn't affect us. But when you condone or accept certain behaviors, it trickles down to your children. These are not behaviors that they learn overnight. Whether they learn it from watching too much um, violent TV, it is still something to hold yourself accountable for. I got to make sure that I maintain what I watch. Whether they learned it based on where they are, who they're around, who's in the house, people talking about these things like it's nothing. We still got to hold ourselves accountable for that. Whether it's they were outside and ended up in a wrong group, we have a responsibility to make sure that we supervise our children and their surroundings, not wait until it's too late to do so. And then we're supposed to have a relationship with our children where we could be able to speak to them and explain to them the importance of maintaining um, the right friend circle. Because peer pressure is something that we have all experienced at some point in time in life. And now these days, our youths, our young men are pressured to fit in, so they feel they have to act a certain way, be a certain way, talk a certain way in order to maintain the friendships in which they have, or else they're going to be called lame. you know Now, I don't find it to be I don't find it to be unusual, because it's not unusual for children to want to fit in. What is unusual to me is not having the stability or the neglect that is there from parents. And I said it starts small. When we have our children and you feel as if it's okay, or you laugh it off when they curse and they're ingrown people's conversation, that builds a certain type of mindset. And then after a time, you can't even correct your own children. And then we have an issue where we don't want nobody to tell our children anything. Oh, you better not tell my child nothing. So now children are all about, they're in front of adults. But guess what? They're like, that ain't my child. Me ain't telling him nothing. Meanwhile, his mother come wrong and telling me nothing. So they're getting into things, they're doing and saying things, and nobody is addressing them, because the narrative has become, don't tell my child nothing. Well, if you guys don't want nobody to tell your children anything, then it needs to have a foundation within the home where you hold your children accountable. We talked about the devices, being mindful of what they're into. Snapchat is a place where children go and they get into group chats. They talk about all type of things. They plan certain stuff ahead of time, and because they're not being monitored, it just it goes out of control. And this extends to our young ladies. Our young ladies needs to have more supervision, because then when they're in a very sensitive position that somebody takes advantage of them, we want to wait until then to do something about it. But right now our youths are getting older, and once they're under your household, you should have boundaries, you should have rules. And another thing is this. Back in the day, we had this thing where parents made it known. If I didn't buy that for you, or I know you ain't get it there from nobody that, in the family ain't gifted to you, is not accepted in my home. A lot of times, individuals allow children to come home with things that they know themselves that they did not contribute, did not give to them. Don't ask any questions as to where it came from, nothing. Now, that is a problem, because you're making it comfortable. My mother ain't tell me nothing, and I wear this big chain and it holds her ass, and this is what I take from partner the other day. She ain't tell me nothing. She'll say, look nice. That's it. Or they walk in with a brand new cell phone. You don't say anything. From one phone, it's going to turn into a next. And then, like I said, being mindful of the environment in which they're in. who are they around, or what are they looking at, or subjected to, that makes him feel like it's okay, like that's something that he feels is a goal. It was a goal in the midst of a fight to obtain that chain. We have to take note of the issues. We quick to jump, label, call them name, tell them about itself, but we don't want to look at the root of the problems. Here in the Virgin Islands, we are surrounded by nothing but violence. And there's nobody that is in a place to take these children out of that environment. So like I said before, if the home fails, I feel it's the responsibility of the educational system to therefore pick up the slack, because then it's going to affect every single student, every single fight. You cannot expel a child. Every single altercation, you cannot suspend somebody, because in reality, a lot of youths, when you hear suspension, unless they're going home to get disciplined, they don't care. They take it as a vacation from school. This is the first week of school. And this should open a lot of concerns for parents and for the Board of Education. It was all good to be able to go around the schools and take pictures with people's children. But now it is time to put action behind of your words of consideration. You care so much for the people of the Virgin Islands, for the children of the Virgin Islands, and you want them to succeed. Amazing. What are you going to implement to ensure that these issues do not affect that progress? High school in complex, they only have 4 classes. I'm not sure if it's the same for Central, but they come home early. My son is already home. One more class, which is being that behavioral program, behavioral management, anger management, the conflict resolution, all these things could incorporate into one curriculum. That could be one more class. And it's a necessary class. It should be mandatory. Not when you see something. We should be preventing before we start addressing. When I say addressing, okay, we should be preventing before we start investigating or looking for people who did something, to just bring down that rise in crime. Right now, what if once again it turns into street justice? We don't know what his child is feeling, the one that got jumped. And then we don't know what those boys are feeling, the ones that did the jumping. What if they want to take it further than that? What if the young man who got jumped feels so inclined to regain some form of dignity that he now puts himself into a position to hurt somebody, shoot somebody? I'm going to just say it as plain as simple as they. We have murderers here in the Virgin Islands at 15 years old. And this is a part that I spoke about earlier. A lot of parents need to understand that proper supervision of your children, especially when they're outside, and proper maintenance of your surroundings is necessary. Watch the company that you keep, because there are individuals out here that have already experienced life. street life, and they know the consequences of what's gonna happen from partaking in the streets. So they're not gonna put themselves out there. But now, seeing your young, easily manipulative child, they're gonna use that to their advantage. Whether it's to be able to use them as a mule to make money, build a certain mentality so that they can get them into that groove. And they don't care because it's not them, and they didn't have anyone to save them. So why should they care about what roads your children take? And they're not going to tell them about all the bad that comes with their decisions. They're going to tell them all the good things. It's just like the devil. When it comes to sin, he never tells you the consequences of your sin, but he portrays it as something joyful, something that you're going to enjoy doing. It feels good. It looks good. But what it leads to is something else. Um, Before I continue to my next situation, I wanted to I wanted to make sure that I say happy birthday. Also, it's my best friend's birthday, and then it's my niece's birthday. So I want to make sure that I tell my niece happy birthday. Her mommy probably didn't say I ain't studying, she ignoring her. Um, but I wanna say happy birthday to her. That's Somali. That's my baby. If I could steal her from her mommy, trust me, I would. And I think she would come too. I go end up going later on to see her, you know. Um, but I just wanted to make sure I did that. And I saw on the news, I live in Williams Light Isle. And this is what I talked about when I said it has too much comfortability within our community. Excuse me, when it comes to crime. We all know that Officer Charles was unfortunately killed while going to work, leaving his home. Swift action was put in place to um, apprehend suspects, gain information, all of that. We talked about the fact that I felt some type of way about the difference in between the care, attention, and swiftness with how that situation was addressed. All while I understand that, that is an officer, that's crossing boundaries. But here's my thing. This is the fault of the police department due to the fact that the boundary line has been erased for quite some time. And it was okay because it was targeted towards only the public, the urban neighborhood. Let me say that the urban neighborhoods, the low income individuals. And street justice became the new norm. It was less paperwork. They allowed for retaliation to solve crimes rather than the necessary action, lawful action. And now, what, and they have allowed for the criminals to be able to get so comfortable that they have stacked up their artillery, you know, and They're no longer afraid of the law. They no longer respect the law. There's no longer any form of boundaries, to the point that they took the life of a police officer. And it didn't stop there, because the other day, on my way from the legislature, there was a killing. And the place in which this killing was very mind baffling to me. These individuals have they don't have any boundaries, to the point that they killed someone while they were coming out of the Supreme Court. This is a place where law is enforced. You know, we know this to be a building that should be respected. But due to the lack of accountability, due to the lack of boundaries, they have started to just go above and beyond. And I wrote an article that I'm going to read for you all. It's called No Limits, No Boundaries, a Loss of All Respect for Authority by Tiniqua Knowles. The violence occurred in the Virgin Islands. The violence occurring in the Virgin Islands has reached a point where we must stop treating each homicide as an isolated tragedy and begin asking a much more difficult question. How did we get to the point where those committing violent crimes appear to have no limits, no boundaries, and increasingly no respect for authority or the law? The recent murder of Executive Security Officer Mr. Charles shook the territory. Now, with reports of another homicide occurring today in connections with an area that should represent law, order, and justice, the message is becoming painfully clear. Violence does not recognize titles, uniforms, government buildings, families, or boundaries. When crime is allowed to grow unchecked, eventually it crosses every line imaginable. For years, I've expressed concerns about the way crime is addressed in the Virgin Islands. Too often, families have watched the murders of their loved ones remain unsolved, while retaliation and what many describe as street justice become substituted for accountability. That cycle in itself is dangerous. When one murder leads to another and another without enough cases ending in arrest, successful prosecution, and meaningful consequences, people begin to believe that retaliation, not the justice system, is how disputes are settled. Eventually, those willing to commit the crimes become more comfortable, more brazen, and less concerned about where, when, or against whom they commit their crimes. That is how boundaries disappear. Every crime matters. The murder of Mr. Charles brought an immediate, significant law enforcement response. VIPD publicly stated that every available resources would be utilized to apprehend the person or persons responsible, and the FBI joined the investigation. The level of determination is exactly what our community deserves. But it should not take the murder of a police officer, government official, or permanent individual or someone society considers important for us to demonstrate the full power of our law enforcement resources. Every every murdered Virgin Islander was important to somebody. Every victim was someone's child, someone's mother or father, someone's brother or sister, somebody's cousin, friend, co-worker, classmate, or neighbor. Every family deserves urgency. Every family deserves answers. Every family deserves to know that the life of their loved one matters equally under the law. Disrespect for the law does not begin with murder. At a point recently raised publicly by Senator Clifford Joseph during a discussion that we had deserves serious consideration. Disrespect for the law and order does not suddenly begin when someone commits a murder. It develops when violations become normalized. When people routinely run red lights without consequences, drive vehicles with illegal level of tint, openly disregard traffic laws, carry out small offenses, and repeatedly see laws go unenforced. We unintentionally created an environment where rules begin to feel optional. Now, let me say this before I continue. This is in itself the same concept for what happens with our youths. When you allow certain things to go unchecked with their behavior, when you allow them to feel as if it's okay to curse, it's okay to act out your age, it's okay to do this and do that, and nobody holds them accountable, they're going to just continue to get worse. The law must mean something. If we continuously demonstrate that certain laws will not be enforced, we should not be surprised when some individuals start beginning to test how far those boundaries can be pushed. Eventually, somebody is going to push too far. Now, the trust problem. There is another uncomfortable conversation that cannot continue to be ignored: the relationship between the community and law enforcement. Police reportedly asked residents to come forward with information, but cooperation requires trust. In a small community like the Virgin Islands, confidentiality is especially important. Residents has expressed fears for years that information provided confidentially may somehow reach the streets or the very individual being investigated. Whether every allegation is true is not the only issue. The fact that people believe it can happen in itself is a serious problem for law enforcement. Any credible allegation that an officer, government employee, or person in position of authority has leaked confidential investigative information, interfered with an investigation, protected a friend or a relative, or helped someone avoid accountability should be immediately investigated, and when substantiated, prosecuted, or disciplined appropriately. There can be no one who you know, there can be no who you know justice system. If residents believe reporting what they know could put themselves and their families in danger, many will remain silent. And when witnesses remain silent, investigations become harder. Cases remain unsolved, and violent offenders remain on our streets. Trust cannot simply be demanded from the community. It must be earned and protected. We cannot allow street justice to become our only justice system. There, this is where I believe the Virgin Islands Police Department and our entire criminal justice system must accept greater responsibility. Law enforcement cannot control every individual's actions, and police officers cannot prevent every crime. We must also hold offenders personally responsible for choosing violence. But institutions were responsible for creating an environment where laws are constantly enforced, investigations are pursued aggressively, confidentially, is is protected. Officers are held accountable, and residents believe cooperating with the police is worth the risk. We cannot allow unsolved crimes or murders to pile up while retaliation becomes the community unofficial method of solving disputes. One person, one person is murdered, someone retaliates, another family begins to grieve, someone else retaliates, and eventually we're no longer counting individual victims, we're counting generations of families affected by violence. On a small island, there is no such thing as someone else's family. Someone recently reminded me of something that has stayed with me for quite some time. When someone is murdered or someone dies in the Virgin Islands, it rarely affects just one family. This is especially true here. We live in a very small community where families are interconnected. The victims may be someone's cousins, someone's childhood friend on St. John or on St. Thomas, someone's coworker who they saw every morning. One bullet can create grief across dozens of households. The family of the victim suffers, the children suffer, friends suffer, co-workers suffer, and communities altogether suffer. And even the family of the person accused of committing the crime may find itself devastated by the consequences. There are no winners. We have reached the boundary and crossed it. The murder of Executive Security Officer Charles should have been another unmistakable warning. Today's violence should be another. If someone is willing to take the life without regards for the presence of law enforcement, government institutions, public space, or the consequences that should follow, then we're dealing with something much deeper than isolated criminal acts. We're dealing with deterioration of respect for law, authority, human life, and consequences. We cannot arrest our way out of every social problem. Prevention, education, mental health resources, conflict resolution, economic opportunity, rehabilitation, and strong families all have roles to play. But neither can we pretend enforcement does not matter. Compassion without accountability will not stop violence. There must be consequences for breaking a law. There must be consequences in enforcement, consistency in enforcement. There must be confidentiality for residents brave enough to cooperate. There must be accountability within law enforcement itself. And there must be the same determination to solve the murder of an ordinary citizen that we demonstrate when the victim carries a title or a badge. Above everything else, we must restore the value of human life. I extend my deepest condolences to the friends, colleagues, and fellow officers of Executive Officer Charles, as well as the families and loved ones affected by the homicides here in the Virgin Islands that has to bury someone or has buried someone because of violence. Your loved one's life matters. Your grief matters. Your demand for answers matter. And until every life is treated as vulnerable, valuable, we cannot claim that we have done enough. The Virgin Islands cannot continue waiting until violence reaches someone we consider important before deciding crime has gone too far. It went too far a long time ago. Now, that is an article in which I wrote in regards to the murder that happened outside of the Superior Court. Today, I wake up, was first hit with the fight on the SeaTac bus, and then I was made aware that the house of Officer Charles was set on fire. This is what I'm talking about when I said there's no limits, no boundaries, and we cannot, our law enforcement has to hold themselves accountable. This is going to happen until they begin to enforce the law equally, and also we have to understand that there has been a desensitization when it comes to death and murder. You know, with this situation with Officer Charles, I feel like it has a much personal issue embedded within it, and I'm not going into that because when it was my family members, regardless of what happened, I'm still waiting for justice. A lot of us are still waiting for justice. It's not going to be my place to investigate or figure out why these attacks are happening back to back, why the disrespect. My place is to simply put it out there that law enforcement needs to do better. The people needs to make better choices. But once they feel as if there's no consequences for their actions, they're going to just continue to push the boundaries. And that goes for our children as well. Like I said, be mindful of the surroundings, the company in which your children keep, the company in which you keep around your children, because and the example that you set for them. Because now our children are observing and observing everything, and they're putting it into action. So I just wanted to make sure that I touch bases on that. I want to say my condolences, goes out to Mr. Bradley Christian, and his entire family, an extended family at that. Senator Hubert L. Frederick had put out a tribute to the family of Mr. Bradley Christian, and it reads, "It is with profound sadness that I join the people of the Virgin Islands in mourning the pass of Bradley Christian, one of our islands, one of our territories' permanent tradition bearers, a man who dedicated his life to preserving, protecting, and celebrating Virgin Islands culture. Bradley Christian understood that our culture is more than something we display during festivals or special occasions. It is a responsibility to pass from one generation to the next. His commitment to preserving our beloved quadrille was especially significant. Throughout his book, Quadrille, the official dance of the the US Virgin Islands, he helped document the people's history, traditions, and stories surrounding the dance that has become an ensured an important symbol of who we are as Virgin Islanders. His work ensured that knowledge, once passed primarily through memory and practice, would also be preserved for generations yet to come. His contributions extended far beyond the pages of a book. Throughout the throughout the St. Croix Heritage Dancers, the cultural advocacy, his work surrounded our traditions and his efforts towards establishing a madras that uniquely represented the Virgin Islands, Bradley helped ensure that our culture remained visible, vibrant, and distinctly ours. We have lost more than a cultural icon. We have lost a keeper of our history, a teacher of our tradition, and a guardian of our Virgin Islands identity. But Bradley Christian leaves us something invaluable, a legacy that can still be danced, worn, read, taught, celebrated, and passed on. I extend my deepest condolences to his family, friends, St. Croix heritage dancers, and cultural community, and every Virgin Islander mourning his tremendous loss. We may honor Bradley Christian not only by remembering his name, but by continuing the work to which the dedicated to which he dedicated so much of his life, preserving our culture and teaching us it to those who come after us. May he rest in eternal peace, and may his tremendous cultural legacy live on. By Senator Hubert L. Frederick, the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Guys, before I leave, I want to make sure to big up my sponsors, Serenity's Nest. Tonight they're gonna be having a um arts and craft night. So make sure you go out from 6 p.m. to until 11 or 12. There's a fully stocked bar. Make it a date night. Make it a night for yourself. You don't have to have a date to go on a date. I at times take myself or my children out on dates, and we enjoy ourselves. Do something with yourself. And Serenity's Nest is a place where you could just sit back, relax, and take in nature, take in the beauty of the atmosphere and the people that is surrounding you with live music or amazing selectors, DJs and so forth. Um, every Friday and every Sunday, there's always something going on. Also, I want to big up DTF Print Studio over in Princess. Make sure you check him out. King David does some amazing, amazing work. I get all my merchandise from him, and also memorable designs. They have been established from 2023, doing amazing works. I have seen them work in such like the swiftness, and it's not just fast work, it's quality work as well. you know Memorable designs, handles, personalizing mugs. They personalize tumblers, 40 ounces, 20 ounces, bags. They even did some beautiful booklets and some notebooks for us through the office of Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Domino's set. resin work, her amazing bottle resin work. If you have a favorite wine or favorite rum and you want a plaque for your wall or for your display, trust me, her imagination runs wild. And all prices may vary. She already has things that are in stock, but if you want it made especially for you, just give her an idea of what you want. She comes up with the design. If you already have your design, take it to her. You could find her on Memorable Designs via Facebook or Instagram, or also email her at memorabledesignstx@hotmail.com. So I thank you guys. Oh, and I can't forget, big up to Royal Team Studio. They're doing amazing works over in Queen Mary's and Paradise's Flea Market with our local artists. If you're a new artist to the studio, you're gonna get some amazing discounts. Or I think it's like $100 for 2 hours or something in that sense. um don't quote me on it, but I know there's amazing offers, and also office space. If you guys want to do your podcasters in a more professional basis, in a more professional state, he has a room where you could rent and so forth. Once again, you could find him in Royal Team Studio. It's gonna be at Queen Mary's and Paradises. You just I don't give I the Crucian in the crucial direction. You just boss a left, boss a right, and boss another left, and you're right there. But no man, when you're going, you just turn down, make a right, and you'll see the the sign Royal Team Studio in a cream and blue trailer. So man, make sure I support our own. Remember, when it comes to our children, try to refrain from labeling them and try your hardest to be able to enlighten them, educate them, and uplift them. I love you all and I wish you all the best. Have an amazing weekend. And for my family and friends, and those of you who will be attending my mother's funeral, it's going to be August 28th, um, Altona Baptist Church from 9 a.m. until, and then we're gonna be having a repass. That information we're gonna be giving to families and very close friends. But um, I thank you all for your support. I thank you all for your condolences. It's not easy. It comes at me in all the different moments. I truly miss my mom, and it's no feeling that I wish on nobody. It was very unexpected. I wasn't expecting to be with her so soon in my life. I'm grateful that I had the ability to uh, mend my relationship, and we grew so close. When I drive my car right now, I think about her driving me. Us going up the road, relaxing, talking, and I truly miss her. You know, and I'm dealing with that, guys. So if you don't see me respond in certain moments, it's because it's really hard for me. It's a lot on my heart right now. Uh, and I'm just trying to cope, but I thank you guys for all the love and everything that you guys have sent out there, pushed out there. You guys motivate me to continue to just keep going. Big up to Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Guys, I really want you to understand that this is someone that has really helped to motivate me into becoming a business owner, a licensed business owner. We at home, so I could show you my license that right there at the bottom. I'm a licensed business owner, and I'm getting opportunities left, right, center. You know, I want to say thank you so much for, and I want you guys to look it up too on on YouTube. I'm gonna be posting more videos. I know you see on my page. I do so, but look up the 2026 Economic Development Summit here in the Virgin Islands. It was 7 hours long, sponsored by Senator Hubert L. Frederick. This is something that we wished that we had for years. We mentioned that when it comes to government bids and when monies is coming in the territory, it's always been kept in a hush. But Senator Frederick made sure that when he heard about $25 billion in federal recovery monies, that our people knew not only that it was here, but how they can become a part of getting a slice of that. Right now we're working in making sure that some of our community centers are open up, and also making sure to put out initiative for low income families to be able to own their own homes. Also, there was a message put out, a press release by Senator Frederick, warning the people of the Virgin Islands, those of you who have SNAP benefits, of the new upcoming changes coming September 1st. Don't wait until your benefits has been interrupted to go out and make a change. You have some households may become ineligible due to lack of work or whatever. If you have children under the age of 14, you may still be eligible, but just call 340-772-7100. That is DHS's number to ask about your status. And on our Facebook page, on the Senator's Facebook page, he mentioned that you can contact churches, farms, different community organizations, try to see about getting part-time jobs. And we're doing our part as well within the office to call labor so they could put out some available jobs for you guys so that you could be able to go and get your hours in. You need at least 20 hours, so look on my Facebook page or Senator Hubert Lorenzo Frederick's Facebook page to be more informed. And I'm going to also be putting together a list of organizations that may be opened to allowing you guys to come out and volunteer. Don't just go and volunteer for anybody. Make sure that you follow up with DHS to see about that organization, to see if those volunteer, if that time is gonna be able to be utilized. So remember that. Don't forget. Love y'all. Blessings. Yes, people. Again for my peeking in them. Any questions I have, just inbox me. I got to go for my children. Yeah, that's why I did my show from home. I'm gonna probably be doing it from home for some a couple of weeks until I get a little more comfortable with them being back to school and get a little better plan and what to do after school and stuff like that. So yeah. Love you. And thank you, thank you. You have a safe and blessed weekend too. Guidance and protection always. Thank you, thank you. There we go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's. My children probably sitting by the damn self. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, boy. Oh, it's hot out here.
As of July 31st, 2026, 17,454,069 and
Just get in the car. Fix that thing there. What do you expect? Just get in the car. Get a whole nother gate back there you could have got through you were play stupid. Get in the car. Move your hand and open the door. You don't act retarded and you could open the door more than that. Well, then you could have got through the next door. Go through the next door. Next time I'll park inside the gate. Yeah. No, inside the gate. Inside the gate. I know.